Welcome in and thanks for joining today's Bad Boy. Welcome in and thanks for joining today Rugmat. Welcome in and thanks for joining today Stream Elements. Rugmat said, hi. Welcome in and thanks for joining today Rugmat. Thank you for the 65 long months of subscribing Xeno8, a topic I've dealt with at work.
Check, check, 1, 2.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today's Inno. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Nafara.
Is the audio kind of low?
Clarkio says test test.
Okay, I think we're good. That's weird. I don't hear Shy.
Yes, you can!
Whoa. Yes, you can.
An ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Clark Eobot. There's an ad running for 180.
Do it! Just do it! Yesterday, you said tomorrow. So just do it! Make your dreams come true! Nothing is impossible! No, what are you waiting for? Do it! Just do it! Yes, you can!
You know what's funny is I don't hear the audio for that actually, but I know it's going through the stream. Woo! All right, we're gonna get started in just a second here, chat. Once the ads are done. All right, we got one more camera added for today's dance, and I moved the one camera around a little bit, the GoPro, to a slightly different angle. So we're gonna have some fun. Are you ready, chat? I don't think you're ready for this jelly. I don't think you're ready for this. My body's too bootylicious for you, babe. All right, Jim, we ready?
Welcome and thanks for joining today, Hellraised.
Do it. What's up, Navron? What's up, Hellraiser? What's up, bad boy? We need to stop Shy. Thank you, Rugmat. Good to see you, Rugmat. Sean, good to see you. We're gonna do the thing. Sean, thank you so much, buddy, for the holy moly 65 months. Ooh, a topic I've dealt with at work. Good. Maybe you can help me make sure I'm understanding stuff properly, okay? If you got time. I totally understand if you're busy and stuff, you know what I mean? But just putting that out there in case you're here. All right, so, Jim, what are you doing? What are you doing, man? Oh, hey, whoa, Jim's on it. Pretty quick with it. Woo! Who's ready? Mic check, a 1, 2. A 1, a 2, a 3. Oh, there's the new one. A 4, and there's that different angle. A 5. Okay, a little sneak peek. A little sneak peek. A little sneak a peeky. I have time for now. Okay. Hi, Mom. What exactly are you looking at over here? Huh? Excuse you. I don't know where to look. Awkward stairs. Looking at you. Why are you sitting so close to me? Have you heard of personal space? Have you heard of personal space? Shimmy, 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 shimmy. You know what I need to get? I think I need to purchase the Elgato foot pedal thing. And that way, I don't have to use my hands. That or program it, right? Yes, yes, and more yes. Did you enjoy the angles today, chat? Did you? Look at you. 8 times blob dance combo from Rugmat. Wow. Okay. How we doing? Happy Friday. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I'm Clarkio. You're tuned into the Clarkio Shenanigans Show. That is right here on twitch.tv and YouTube/Clarkio. Clarkio on both platforms. And you're in for a real treat. The Clarkio Shenanigans Show. Every Friday at this time. Tuned in. Now, one little caveat for today. All right, I mentioned in the Discord, speaking of, if you're not already in there, be sure to check it out. There's the link for the invite. If you'd like to keep in touch when we're not live, not streaming, if you want to share your wins in there, you want to share your Wordle results and see how you do compared to other people in the community, you want to talk shop about things, share resources, post your GitHub so that people can check out your projects and portfolio, all that stuff is happening in the Discord. If you're interested, join up there. But I shared in the Discord as a heads up for folks that are in there, and I'm sharing now. I have to today do a presentation for work in the middle of the stream today. We've been trying to get this meeting scheduled for a while, and my skip level boss was struggling to find time that worked for everybody, and so I was just like, listen, let's do it Friday, whatever time, I'll make it work type of thing. And so it's going to be at 1:30. I have to do that. 1:15, I'm going to slip out of here. I'm going to go into the BRB scene. You all are going to play words on stream while I take that meeting, do that presentation to our VP of our division.
Thanks for joining today, Janice Co7.
Janice Co7. What's up, Yanni? Good to see you, buddy. The bulb stuff ain't working. Oh, wait, it is working. Never mind. So I got to do a presentation for our VP about the big fix, which I know you all are like, for those of you that have been here, are like, hey, Clarkio, I know, buddy. You talk about it a lot. But yes, Sneak, the company I work for, we put on the Big Fix event every... Hey, who turned out the lights? We put on the Big Fix event every year for the past 2 years now, and we're preparing for 2024. So early next year, we're going to probably be having it again. Dates are still tentative right now. And I've been working on the app that goes along with that. And so we need to do a presentation on that, get our VP up to date on it. So yeah, I have that presentation at 1:30 Eastern. So about 40 minutes from now. It's fine. I did it like, well, my direct boss and I presented it about 5 times yesterday across the organization. Thank you. We presented it about 5 times yesterday. So I'm feeling pretty comfortable about it. I'm not worried about it. Plus, I know, like, I work on the app like every day pretty much. So I have no problem talking shop about that. So that's what's going to happen. So I need you all to keep me honest with that. At like 1:14, I need to go into BRB. I'll let you all play words on stream. And I'm going to get into a prep meeting with my colleague Micah, my buddy Micah, who works on the app as well, so that we can just sync up before that 1:30 meeting. And then that should go until about 2 p.m. Eastern, and then we'll get back to the normal stream for the rest of the day. Okay? So just a heads up on that. We're going to take a little intermission, if you will, in the middle and a little bit early on here into the stream, which is good. We're going to work with you. Promise we keep quiet. Okay, cool. Sounds good, Nefron. Yeah, Sean in the Discord, WWSean08, was like, yeah, okay, we're going to play lots of sound effects while you're in that call. And I'm like, well, you can, that's funny. That made me laugh. I did actually laugh out loud. Because that would be funny if it actually affected things. But knowing a lot of you all like to troll me like that, I'm not taking the call from this computer. I'm going to take it from my work laptop. So, anywho. How are you all doing? Happy Friday. What are your wins of the week? Get them queued up in there so we can at least share those before I have to go into these meetings that are coming up shortly. And all that fun jazz. Okay? One of the wins is still work related that I have to share with you all. And if you don't know what wins of the week are, !WOTW. To understand why we do that, and a little bit more like a video format. If you'd rather that, you can open it up in another tab. There's the ! Wins, and the Wizard of Stoke over on TikTok articulates it quite well why we do wins of the week here. So there you have it. If you're new here, right? If you're not new and you have something to share, you know what wins of the week is about, drop it in the chat and let's celebrate your wins together. But no pressure, okay? So my win is a work-related one. One of my wins, I would say. I got to think more on other things. But one of my wins is, did I share this last week? No, I don't think so. Because we didn't find out. Maybe not. I don't know. Those of you that were here, you let me know.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Miriam Dandelion.
Hey. we won an award. Our DevRel team won an award for the Big Fix. So we were shortlisted for Best Initiative in DevRel and Best Overall DevRel Team, essentially. We were shortlisted for both for the DevRel Awards. And both my skip and then another director in our team, in our division.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today 404 Not Found.
And they went and presented at this conference where the awards are being awarded or given out to the folks that won it. That's where they were making the announcements of it all. So we won for the Big Fix, Best DevRel Initiative, and then we didn't win Best Overall Program, but we were shortlisted for that. So quite an accomplishment. I was pleasantly surprised, especially, and I was really proud of our team and myself, honestly, a little bit. A little selfishness there, but for real, like I put a lot of sweat and tears into the Big Fix over the past 2 years, and as you all are hearing me talk about now, and we're about to present. And so, I'll take that win, right? I'll take that win and reflect on that and be grateful for that recognition. So, and thank you for the congrats, Miriam. Good to see you, by the way. And Sean, appreciate that. 404 Not Found says, Twitter logo need to be updated to X? No. I think you were here last week when we had this discussion. I refuse to call it X. It's Twitter. It's Twitter. I'm not changing the logo. You all know what it is when it comes up on the screen. That's it. I see Sean has a win of the week to share. Sean says, have had a great week with my girlfriend, though I may have to run soon to help clean the garage. Okay, yeah. Totally get it. But that's good to hear. I'm glad you've had a great week for you and the girlfriend. And you're being productive, too. All right? Enjoy. Congrats to that. Round of applause for Sean A. Thank you for sharing, Sean. Appreciate you, buddy. 404 says, sorry, I must have been in lurk mode. Don't remember that talk, but cuckoo. Yeah, cool. Okay, yeah. Yeah, well, the talk was the short of it is I refuse to call it X. It is Twitter. And I'm actually frustrated, like, because there's a lot of people that were like, they were saying the same thing. And they like media outlets and stuff like that. And you see people writing about it in dev blog posts, regular blog posts, I don't know, news articles or whatever. They keep calling it X and then they put parentheses previously Twitter or something like that. Like, just call it Twitter. Call it Twitter. Don't give in. I do the same thing. All right, I'm going on this tangent, this rant. The same thing with Facebook. It's still Facebook. It's not Meta. They're just trying to distance themselves from the bad PR that they've had with the company name Facebook. And they're like, oh, Facebook is its own thing. Meta is something different. Meta is not Facebook. Meta is not the Facebook you know. We're good. Facebook, you might think, is still bad, and we're working on that, I guess. Wink, wink. But Meta is good. Yeah, my booty. Time for your TED Talk scene? Yeah. No, I don't do that no more, but yes. That's an oldie but goodie shout out right there. So, anyway, done with that. But now, there you go. That was a quick update for you, 404. Who else am I missing in chat? Any more wins? Drop them in the chat. Keep them coming. Nafron says, we're going to work with you. Promise we keep quiet. Yep, during the call. I didn't know combos were a thing. Yeah, they are, Rugmat. They are. Sean says, no, but I have heard about your car's extended warranty and would like to speak to you about it. Yeah. Speaking of that, I keep seeing people, I saw, I think yesterday or something like that, somebody was talking about privacy, and there's people in the comments like, I don't care about my privacy. And I'm like, you don't really mean that. They're like, so what if companies have all my information and da-da-da-da. And I'm like, so you like getting random phone calls? You like getting random text messages? You like getting spam emails? And you know what I mean? Like, you like all that? Because the reason that happens is because of a lack of privacy laws and controls in our country, at least in the United States. And globally, too, I would say, to some extent. Some countries, some areas have a little bit better laws around that and protections around that for individuals and citizens. The US, not so much. Okay? And so I don't know. I don't think many people like receiving those calls. And if that's the case, then you do care about privacy. Also, if you don't care about privacy and your excuse is, oh, I got nothing to hide. Okay, then let everyone just have cameras in your house at all times, at every corner of your house at all times. You don't care about your privacy, right? I'm in a mood today, I think. So I'm just saying, like, if your whole mindset is, oh, I got nothing to hide, cool, that's good. I'm glad I don't have anything to hide either, but I still care about my privacy. Liminal, good to see you. Welcome in. So yeah, there's that. Anyway, the reason that Sean's message got me on that is because I get mail about extended car warranty. I get phone calls about wanting to buy my house, text messages about wanting to buy my house. Knowing my name, knowing my number, I don't know these people. And they say, hey, want to buy your house? Here's your address. I'm like, this is creepy. You shouldn't be doing this. This is very intrusive. Like, and whatever company you work at, I'm never going to do business with you. At least not knowingly. Because of your sleazy tactics, taking advantage of lack of privacy laws in this country. So, DRX Design, good to see you. Bro, Clarkio have the best setup. It's like a DJ live stream. Let's go. I'm hyped. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you, DRX Design. Good to see you. How you doing? What's your win of the week if you got one? Bad Boy, good to see you as well. Thank you for joining. Nafram was born ready for the dance. If you get stuck watching it, then send a message in chat to say when they finish for you. Oh, that's Clarkio bot. I was reading that like that was somebody actually watching my stream. That was a bot. I just read a bot's message out loud and almost responded to it.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, _Pollux.
Pollux, good to see you. How you been? What's your win of the week if you got one to share? I see some other folks. Oh, Miriam's talking about sticking on that topic of privacy. 404 says, preach, brother. 100% glad you agree. Miriam says, my concern with companies having my data is that they aren't careful with it. So many ways to get my identity stolen. 100%. Absolutely agree with you, Miriam. And that's why, like, I've gone on this tangent before too. I like to have, I have a couple different like voice over IP phone numbers through various services. And I'd like to use those for things. And lots of companies block that. And, you know, I wouldn't mind giving companies my actual number if I could trust that they're going to use my data and information, my personally identifiable and private information, responsibly. But they don't. So something's got to give there, right? Like, either you need to let me obfuscate my actual phone number, or you got to do a better job of keeping my phone number and other information secure and safe. Pollux, you're doing good. How about me? I'm doing good as well. Thank you, Pollux. So for folks that are just rolling in, I'm going to have to take a break. We're going to go on BRB at about 1:15 p.m. Eastern. So that's about 13 minutes from now. Because I have a work call. Got to present to our VP. And so you all will be able to play Words on stream while I'm on that break. It'll go until about 2 p.m. Eastern. And then we'll get back into the swing of things, okay? So a little bit different of a stream today because of certain things going on, but I needed to be flexible with some work stuff that's going on, okay? Liminal says, we don't share your info with third parties, just all of our subsidiary companies, and then whatever, yeah, what are their policies, right? Liminal? Miriam says, yeah, privacy isn't about wanting to hide stuff. Privacy is about keeping your personal information out of the hands of bad or even annoying actors. Exactly. All right, catching up on some more wins. I'm glad to see we're on the same page. I'm glad I'm not alone. And I would like anybody that doesn't, I would love to like really hear like a valid argument as to why privacy doesn't matter, because I feel like most people care about privacy, but I think they misunderstand what it means on the internet and web, you know, and like just through technology and companies. So Miriam's got a win of the week that they shared is that I've gotten to dive into the AWS ecosystem and start trying to design systems for our team to use based on AWS services. I'm having so much fun learning about event-driven architecture. I'm glad to hear that. That really does put a smile on my face, Miriam. Very happy for you, and thank you for sharing. Round of applause for Miriam in the chat. Yeah. Liminal has a win as well. Was struggling with a coding issue for about a week on my passion project. Finally overcame it yesterday. On to the next bit. That's awesome. Congrats. Happy for you. Thank you for sharing, Liminal, as well. Yeah, those things. I mean, it's tough when it takes that long, but I feel you. I definitely feel you on that. When you get these little bugs, things like that come up. But it's such a good, like when they go on for that long, it's such like a satisfying feeling when you finally figure it out and solve the problem. So there is that, right? That's the one thing I try to, I don't know what it is. I think, you know, like in my mind, when I get in those situations, let me know if you all feel this too when you're working on stuff. But even when it's not coding, like it could be anything. Like, I had gotten in a fight with my dishwasher over the weekend. I think you all, some of you know, I tend to do this with appliances, household appliances. Hence the dryer stream, that classic. That was a long time ago. We could probably bring up the VODs for that at some point. But I got in a fight with the dishwasher. I've been in an ongoing battle, and yet again, just like with the dryer, the appliance wins the war. And so my dishwasher, I had replaced the door latch switch, which fixed it for a little while. Then the main control board, so the little PCB, whatever, it's not a PCB board, but like the control board, electronic control board, that's on the bottom of the dishwasher, that went, and I replaced that, which that was like to replace that part, the part itself was about $100. The switch was probably like 20, I want to say, you know, over time, keep this in mind, right? And finally now, and since then it was like working great. And then slowly it's been deteriorating, and it's not that old of an appliance. Like it's 5 or 6 years old. Like a dishwasher is supposed to last longer than that. I know I have family members that have dishwashers that lasted like a decade or more. But in any case, so they're supposed to last longer than that. What happened since replacing the main control board on the bottom is it would just randomly not like power up. And so what we'd have to do, because it's plugged in directly to the electrical circuit, and the only way to turn it off is to cut it at the circuit breaker, I would go and cut it at the circuit breaker, leave it off for about a day or two. It would vary sometimes. And then just randomly turn it back on, and it would randomly come back in power. And after our trip for my sister's wedding, it went out before we left, and so I cut it, and we came back, and I tried to turn the power back on, and it didn't come back to life. So I was like, oh shoot. So then we've gone through a couple cycles of like turning it off, trying to turn it back on. This power's cut off to it right now. Anyway, over the weekend I took it apart. How did I get on this rant? Over the weekend I took it apart and realized that it's the UI control, where the actual buttons are, the user interface, if you will, but the physical user interface and not like a digital user interface like a website. That board that has a separate circuit board that seems to be fried. I took the door off and everything. This was the most in-depth I've gone into the dishwasher innards, and I didn't see anything on the board to indicate like something fried or whatnot, but apparently that seems to be it, because it's receiving power. I checked the voltages are going to that through the wires. It's making it from the main control board all the way to the end of the wires that plug into this UI board, okay? And it just won't light up. But it's definitely, the dishwasher is definitely getting power. You know what I'm saying? So even if, I don't know. So that's what's leading me to believe. Troubleshooting all the YouTube videos you could watch, and I'm like, okay. Then I look up how much that is, and that's another $100. And I'm like, all right. At this point, I've put in about, let's say, $150 plus days of time. If I spend another $100, sure, I could fix this. Who knows how long it's going to last again, because there was somebody speculating on Reddit that it's something wrong with the chip in the UI, that it's slowly, whenever you cut power and add power to it, it keeps writing to the local memory on there. I don't quite understand it, to be honest, but it's basically saying that it keeps writing to it, and that's what's deteriorating over time and causing it to just go out and not work. So if I replace it with a new one, who's to say that doesn't happen again? So maybe it'll last me another year. But again, that's like, if I do that, it's gonna be like let's say a total of $200 to $300 of putting into the dishwasher, when I could buy one for $500 or $600. I don't know what they really go for nowadays, but you know what I'm saying? Like at some point, the trade-off starts going into the negative in terms of like how much I'm investing back into this. Keep in mind, like, so you pay up, let's say I don't remember what I paid for it, but let's say I paid $500 for that dishwasher originally 5-6 years ago. Since then, I've replaced the switch, $30, so $530. Then another, let's say, rounding up, $125 for the main control board. So we're looking at $660 now. And then if I get this UI control board, which is rounding up again, another $125, we're looking at like $785. You know what I'm saying? At that point, might as well just get a new dishwasher without the problems. I don't know. That's where my mind's going. We redid our kitchen a few months back, and we were planning, and based on the design and everything like that, we need to switch to a different color of appliances for the refrigerator, the microwave, the oven, and the dishwasher. So this could be the first step of us starting to do that. So that's the other factor playing into this. Anyway, the reason I brought that up was going back to what Liminal was talking about in terms of struggling with a code issue and then finally fixing it. There's something about, I don't know if it's just a developer's mindset or just in general, you get so, knowing the satisfaction of when you solve it is potentially in that future if you just keep hammering away at it. You know, you're like kind of stubborn about it is kind of what I'm getting at. I'm stubborn about like the appliance stuff sometimes. That's why I brought that up. That was a really long-winded way to say that and respond to that. Anyway, thanks for that, sending me down that trail. Get the idea. That's what the satisfaction of finally getting to the end and figuring out the problem and fixing it, getting things working. It's just like, that's what it like makes me stubborn about pushing through things and never giving up on it. You know what I'm saying? Until I get to that point, because I know that can be there and achieved, and I know that feeling, and I'm like hungry for that feeling again. Anyway, all right, catching up on chat. Sean says, all right, I'll be back later. Hopefully, gotta go help girlfriend with the garage. Okay, no problem. Liminal says, my dryer is so good it doesn't stop spinning. Nice. Miriam, that's an impressive deep dive into the innards of a dishwasher. Maybe the log file is too large? Maybe. I don't know. This one guy that's like way more, that seems more, he wrote up this long post on Reddit when I was just Googling. And they went into great detail, and I read most of it and skimmed some of it. They went into great detail about their theory without knowing the innards of, like, without having a schematic of the board. You know what I'm saying? And he suspects that the chip is just poorly designed, such that when you cut the power and then add it again, it's not anticipating that happening so frequently over a short period of time, essentially. So anyway, that's what's up. So win in that case on a personal, so I shared like a work win, personal win in that regard is I had fun tearing apart and learning more about the other innards of the dishwasher, because prior to this past weekend, the furthest I had went was go to underneath the dishwasher and take out the main control board and see that. And then there's a little manual that tells you like, hey, here's the service LED. If it's blinking this many times, it tells you what that is, what that means, what that indicates, and that kind of thing. So that's what's been happening. If anybody has some more wins of the week, let me know. But in about 3 minutes, I got to drop for a call. The lack of a dishwasher stream is a disappointment. I know, but here's the thing. When I did the dryer stream, part of what's holding me back, Sean, to be honest with you, I know you didn't really ask for this, or you probably don't, you know, you're not pushing for me. I realize you're not pushing for me to do those streams. You're just kind of like joking about some of the past context of what we've done, right? But in all seriousness, I do want to do streams like that. I do want to stream that. However, as many of you know, I'm very privacy oriented, and for my kids' sake, I like to keep their names from you all. I keep their ages generally from you all, and that type of thing until they're old enough to decide that they want to. Well, one, they can understand the depth of being on the internet, and two, they can make their own decision on that, right? And so, if I were to stream something like that, it'd be difficult to do it during the times that I normally have time to do that, because the kids are home and they might be playing with their friends or something like that in the house or whatever, and I don't want that to be broadcasted, whatever's going on with them in the moment, because lots of times they'll be running around me while I'm working on these things or whatever, and they'll come over and like be curious about it, which is great, right? And then if I'm the other part of that is like, if I'm streaming, then I won't, well, if I'm streaming, I won't allow that to happen, and I enjoy that when they do get curious about it, like, or they're just watching or whatever, you know. And it's a nice moment, nice bonding moment too. So anyway, maybe when they get older, and assuming I'm still streaming, likely I will be, because I love it so much. When they get older and they're more cognizant of what it means when I'm live in the internet, then I can do more stuff like that, because I'm sure I'll have many more battles and wars with my appliances and electronics around the house. So all right, on that note, we got to go into BRB. I'm going to kick off the words on stream for you all. Let me double check that it is on autopilot on. And we're going to go into BRB. I will be back around 2 p.m. Eastern, okay? So hang tight. From there, we'll get into Wordle. I'll do the Wordle. I have another game to play, Connections, that my mother-in-law shared with me. That's a lot of fun. And then we'll get into the technical topic, which is doing pre-commit protections and stuff like that, okay? All right, cool. All right, enjoy, everybody. Have fun playing words on stream. Stick around, lurk if you will. And I'll be back around 2 p.m. Eastern, about 45 minutes from now.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today. Today's word the answer is. Welcome in and thanks for joining today. SC_May_I. Welcome in and thanks for joining today's early death. Welcome in and thanks for joining today O_Oil Rules 85. Welcome in and thanks for joining today's Yasarain. Thank you for the 45 long months of subscribing. Welcome in and thanks for joining today. An ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds. There's an ad running for 90. Welcome in and thanks for joining today Code with CN. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Thiesba. Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Cardhouse_.
Hey. Actually, I should have came in quietly. Hey, I'm back. Hello, everybody. How we doing? I see Code with Sean joined us. May is here. Card House too. Good to see you all. Welcome in. Or welcome me back, I guess, right? Desbo, good to see you. Welcome in too. Happy to have you here. Anything else I missed while I was gone? Yanni's here playing Wordle. Words on stream, rather. Battery's dying from Sean A. Rugmat playing JT. JT, good to see you, buddy. Anybody else? JT with the 45 months. Appreciate that amazing support. Appreciate it, JT. Nafron's playing. Zeke, welcome in. Happy to have you here. Surly Dev. Who else we got? Who else we got? I haven't seen since I was away on a work call. We're gonna pause here for a second. Autopilot off. Hey, Code with Sean, May, Cardhouse, and Thesbo, keeping it going. I'll let you finish out this round, or like, you know, until you lose. But at least just want to say thanks for being here. Thanks for playing Words on stream while I was on that call. Had an important work call that I was trying to be flexible on, and so it cut into the stream there, and that's why I was away. But we are back now, and we'll get back into the usual flow of things. Okay. I think the meeting went well. I think it went all right. We did a presentation on the big fix to our VP, and our VP's still getting their. They joined a few months ago, type of thing, and they're still learning about different areas of the company and whatnot. And so yeah, it was cool to connect with them and have that opportunity. You know, I mean, how often do you get on a meeting with your VP, right? Nafron's win of the week. I had to write some analysis. So I used ChatGPT to expand on bullet points to hydrate it a little bit. Yours was quite dry. Very cool. Congrats on that. Thanks for sharing, Nafron. Coach on no worries, I'll allow it. Hey now. I'm glad you allow it. Thanks for the approval. Anybody else got wins of the week they want to share? Feel free to drop them in the chat. No pressure though. I shared earlier that our Big Fix event won an award recently, and now another win was that meeting went well and we're done. You know, so there is that. All right, I'm gonna let it go to the next round too. What's the full word? Corner, nice. Card house. Corn. Coroner. Code with Sean. Nice job. All right, so what's the other full word? Was that 6-7 letters? Is this one? Pro? Cone. Got that one. There we go. Hey, reached the goal. Going to the next level. Crooner. What's a croon?
An ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds.
Like a macaroon?
There's an ad running for 90.
Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Do you have the fast link to the game? Yes, I'll get that to you right now. Here Here, drop it in the chat. Drop it in the chat. Open it up in a new tab. That way you get instantaneous results from the game. All right, ready? We're going to continue in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ad's over. Okay, thanks, May. Lurk. Real. Walker. W-A-L-K-E-R. Those are the letters we'll work with. Walker. There's walk. So we can guess that. Walk. R-A-L-E maybe? Now I have a work call. All right, hey, I'll allow it, Sean. Go ahead. Maybe whale? Would that work? I'm putting in answers in there, maybe. Yep, that does work. Okay. Where? Where? Like that? Oh, we already got that one. Where? W-E-A-R. Is that one? Rail? No. Lear? Lair? Lark? Hey! Lark! Like Clark. Reach the goal. Reek? Rake. Hey, got that one. What else could there be? W-A... W-E? E-R-A? Work? Wheel. That's the one I was trying to get, Card House. Nice job. W-E-A-L. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Continue, continue, Da, da, da. Da, 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 da. Okay, Dynamite? Daddy-o? Dant? Taint. That didn't work. Is there 2 T's? That's why there's not 2 T's. Disdain? What's one word here? Like dint? Okay. Would didn't work without the apostrophe? D-I-D-N-T? No. Ain't? Anoint. Toad? Hey, okay, we got one. What's this big word that's 6, 7, 8 letters long? Odian? Tadian? Gotta refresh. I keep freezing. Is it just me? Or is it just May? Or are other people noticing it freezing too? It looks like the keyframes and everything are... Or keyframes, the bitrate is all fine. And I'm watching on my laptop, it seems okay. Ah. Bummer. Made it to level 10. Alright. Well, on that note, I'm going to play Wordle. Nice job, though. Coach Sean, May, Card House.
There goes the channel. Tomcat just
Oh,
13 odd ones.
There we go. Tomcat, thank you for the raid. Welcome in everybody from Tomcat stream. Appreciate you. I think it is just me. Happened twice. Okay, no problem, May. Tomcat, thank you so much for the raid. How was your stream? How are things going? Welcome in. Nice to see you. And anybody joining from Tomcat stream, happy to have you here. I'm Clarkio. Today I'm going to be working on Husky and GitHooks. I did that for work. Appreciate that follow. And right now I had just gotten off a work call, so that's why you see us. We were playing the words on stream. So the typical format you can find here on my stream every Friday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern time is when we start. We chat a little bit, talk about wins of the week. If you don't know what that is, you can do !WOTW in the chat. In fact, I'll do it right now. Or !wins. No pressure that you have to share anything like that, but the idea is to get you thinking about something positive that happened this week, okay? We do that first, then we play some word games like Words on Stream, Wordle, and that kind of fun stuff. And then we get into the technical topic, which I just mentioned. We're going to be checking out Husky and GitHooks, and part of that is, the reason for that is because I was working on it for my work project, and I wanted to do that in some of my personal projects to get set up and all that fun stuff. So, in any case, thanks again for the raid. Appreciate it, Tomcat, and welcome in everybody from Tomcat Stream. Okay, so good job to everybody that played Words on Stream Co. with Sean, May, Cardhouse, and Thesbo. Welcome. Appreciate you. We're going to close that out, though, and give it a rest for now. And in the meantime, I'm going to play the Wordle for right now. And I'll explain it in case people haven't seen this played before. So it's a 5-letter word, new word every 24 hours, and you get 6 tries. You want to try and get it done in as little tries as possible. And then we share the results in the Discord. If you'd like, you can get access to that through this link or the command, Discord command right there, clarkio.com/Discord. Okay, so I always start off because it's on brand for me. My first guess is always farts, which unfortunately, according to the New York Times article that owns Wordle now, plural words will never be the answer. So farts will never be the word until I guess maybe they run out of words. I don't know. Trivia. I like to. So what happens here is F, A, and S are not in the word. That's indicated by the gray background. T and R are in the word with the yellow background, but they're in the incorrect position, so they don't go there. So that gave us some hints out of all that. Okay. Let me get a bulb, deep sky blue. Change the overlay there back to normal. Okay, cool. All right, so we're gonna have to guess trike. Let's do that, like a tricycle. That way you get more vowels in there. Let's see if. Okay, so we know there's an E in there, and then we know the R and the T are not there. Maybe it ends in. Maybe it's heart. No, because A is not in there. Could be church. Is that a word? M-E blank R-T. No. Maybe it's like motor. Meter. Let's try meter. Okay, there's 2 E's in it. And it's likely to end in RT, I think. So it's something like maybe like, no, because those E's don't go there. Interesting. So the E is either here. Well, 1 E is there. 1 E is here. And then it's got to be like RT. Maybe it's exert. I didn't mean to do that. I'm going with it. It isn't. Gotta love it. That was all by. So what I tend to do, what happened there, okay, really quick. What happened there is I tend to use X as a placeholder because a lot of times X is not in the actual Wordle. So I was just like, oh, based on all the information I have from my previous 3 guesses, let's put the placeholder in there, right? So I knew E doesn't go there. So then there's two E's, right? So it's like, E and E there. So let's put an X in the middle of that as the placeholder. And then, okay, there's no way it's ending in TR, so it's got to be RT. Boom. That was like a really well played coincidence. All right, I'm going to go drop it in the Discord now. We have a Wordle channel in there under the games category, Wordle Fun. And paste it on in there like this. Show you all so you can see. Minimize that. There we go. You can kind of see. So you put the pipes in there first to make it hidden so that it doesn't give away things to other people. And we can see Frackberg got it in 2 out of 6 tries, which Frackberg is on fire lately. So this one, not as much, but prior to that, he got 2 out of 6 2 Wordles ago. And then 3 out of 6. And then 3 out of 6. 2 out of 6. He's on a streak. He's on fire. So shout out to Frackberg for that. Michael Jolly got in 6 out of 6. We beat him, but Rugmat beat us today as well, along with Frackberg. Getting it in 4 out of 6. So there you have it. All right, the other thing I want to try is my mother-in-law was telling me about, not that, but there are other games called Connections. So this one's going to be pretty interesting. I'll show that. And this is going to be my second time playing it. I played it once on my phone the other day. But hold on one moment. All right, ready? Let's play. All right, so how you play is you need to connect words into categories. So like these might be the words that are in the board: bass or bass, flounder, salmon, and trout. And you'd be like, okay, those are all fish, so I'm going to click all those as being a single category. And then fire, ant, drill, island, opal. You get the idea, right? So here are our words for today. This is similar to Wordle in the sense of there's a new game every day. Thank you, May, for the GG on that last one. So we got to figure out like what's the commonalities between things, right? So we got goat, sheep, horse, cow, all farm animals. I would guess those are probably a category. There's connections between them. In fact, I'm going to run with that, I think. And then you click submit, which is down below. Let me zoom out a little. There we go. You click submit. And then it'll let you know like if you get it right. And it very similar to how Wordle is with those like rows of emoji boxes. That's how it's going to show up here. So I think I'm going to send it with that. No! Or was that what? Wait, this is where I forget if it tells me that like it says mistakes remaining. So that wasn't a mistake, or was it? I think that was a mistake because I think it would have put them all together. Why wouldn't sheep, goat? Oh, because there's buffalo. Shoot. Oh, no. Sheep, goat, buffalo, cow. Oh, no. There's shine, glow, beam, radiate. Those all seem to go together. Yes. Okay. So that's how you know you got it right. Okay. Whew. All right, I made one. So yeah, I guess you're allowed to make 4 mistakes at most. And then if you make 4 mistakes, you lose. Cray, cray. All right, so now we got cutie, excel. Oh, man, this is kind of hard now. Floor. Shuffle them up. Horse. There's like a lot of animals. Then there's still some adjectives. What do you all think? We can play this together. What goes together here? A goat? A sheep seem like they kind of go together? No? I don't know. Floor, vault, rings. Oh, this could be like gymnastics or something. But is there anything else that goes with it? Excel? Like floor vault makes me think of like gymnastics, like rings, gymnastics, rings, different routines you can do. Can you do horse in the Olympics? Is there something like a horse? Is that right? Oh, this is hard. The last one I played wasn't this hard. I'm gonna go with maybe that. What do you think, chat? Pommel horse? Yes! Gymnastics apparatus. Okay. Alright, so I had a feeling there was... Yes, with correct spelling. Okay. Alright, so now I'm not sure about these here. Seedy? Envy. Excel. Cutie? Because like the rest are animals. Cow, goat, buffalo, sheep. Is that like a category of animals maybe? I'm gonna try that. Yeah, and then what is this gonna be? What, bovids? I never heard of that. Bovids? Words that sound like two letters. I need to create a connections channel in the Discord now, actually. I like to buy a vowel. Let's share my results, copy to clipboard. Okay. And we're gonna add channel connections. We're gonna go next, skip that, and then I'm gonna tell it to sync permissions with gaming fun. Okay. Now let's copy this again, actually. Minimize this, bring this over here, and now we can just share this all straight up. See if anybody partakes in this too. Can I edit the channel topic? Let's put in the like URL for this. Save that, and then when it comes to Wordle, we should probably do the same. Wait. You gotta subscribe to play Wordle. Now I have 2 daily games to play. Yay. Alright. That's it. Wordle, connections, words on stream. What do you think of that new game, though, chat? Oh, we got an update. Let's update while I talk to you. What's clever, May?
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Finite Singularity.
Finite. Finite. Are you like perpetually on cloud 9 over the past like week or so? My dude, I am just loving seeing all the good stuff going your way right now, Finite. It's been freaking incredible. I bet. I saw a video came out from Nutty. Somebody else, I feel like, was streaming or posting about it too. The OBS plugin, dude. The blur one. I'm so happy for you. This awesome stuff. Cardos says, I think that game will lead to a lot of cheese. What do you mean? Like people cheese in the game, you mean? Like, or... I'm not sure I'm following. Words sound like 2 letters. Yeah, I know. That was weird. That was a weird one. Newton. Oh! It's definitely getting a lot of traction. I think, am I going to pronounce this right? Gail posted a small bit about it today too. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm not familiar with Gail. You got a link to who they are? Cardell says, like writers that are too clever for their own good. Yeah. May says Newton was autocorrect. It was supposed to be Nito. Oh, gotcha, May. Gotcha. May, you getting banned in any more channels for playing words on stream? What is it? Why? Forget the command. Why did May get banned? You're on an iPad now? There we go. Find out singularity. It's a very short bit mentioning it towards the end. Okay, let's check it out.
OBS Studio plugins. I'm not gonna lie, you guys seem to love those videos. So
Oh yeah, I've seen this guy.
a bunch of them.
I didn't realize his name.
Listing them off and giving you a.
All right, let's go towards the end. Let's see what he talks about. Oh, he doesn't have chapters on here. Actually, I might want to watch this. I on my new setup, I have not. Oh, here we go. This is your.
There's a bunch of stuff in Stream Effects. Oh, look, another thing that's not a plugin.
Oh, it's just Stream Effects.
Hotfly.net, just because the heart rate monitor widget is so cool, and I totally recommend it. So basically, you can buy a very cheap.
No bands win of the week. Nice, May.
If you already have a device that's compatible with their certification, so check it out. And then last but not least, Bongo Cat. Why not? I remember when Streamlabs had
Bongo Cat.
That gives you all the options for multiple types of blur that you can have. Lippy has a video.
Oh, right. That's who I was thinking of. Andy Lippy. Andy Lippy did a video on it, too. So you had Nutty stream about it, Andy Lippy make a video, now Gail mentioning it in the video, and Nutty making a standalone video. That's a lot of visibility, my friend.
And I totally recommend it. So basically, you can buy a very cheap heart rate monitor, or if you already have a device that's compatible with their service, yeah, they have a bunch of options for you to display your heart rate on stream with a bunch of cool looking widgets. Some of them are video game themed. And yes, full disclosure, I am partnered with them. Next up is Composite Blur, and this one seems to be a little more advanced. I haven't tried it yet, but Andy Lippy has a video.
Also, congrats on it being in the OBS forums now too, right? Because that took a little bit of a process to get in there, right? And accepted. So big win there for you.
So
dude, I'm just so like I'm ecstatic for you, Finite. Really, it really is that Freude, like celebrating and taking joy in other people's
also post that
wins.
And this one seems really advanced, like really gives you all the options for multiple types of blur that you can have for multiple situations. So check it out. And then last but not least,
I assume Andy Lippy wanted you to put the video in the forum post there. My watch started lighting up this morning with new Twitter followers. You could say Twitter, don't say X. We say Twitter here. And I was like, what the hell has just happened? Thank you. Yeah. No worries. Very happy for you, Finite. Yeah, so what, let me know. Did Andy Lippy, like, did he request to be added in there into that post?
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Rambling Geek.
Rambling Geek. While we're watching YouTube videos, I want to, since we were talking about Bun last week, just to kind of close that out a little bit, I want to share. I think Theo here, who's obviously a very popular person in the developer community, especially when it comes to web development and JavaScript-based development. I saw his videos pop up in my feed about Bun, and I think he does a great job of this video of just overview of Bun. But then he also, talks about this thing. This is a very important video, I think, that he made afterwards in response to like a lot of things that are happening in the JavaScript ecosystem as a result of Bun going 1.0 release and a lot of hype around it. Okay, and so I'm gonna kind of like we're not gonna watch the whole thing. I'll leave a link in the chat for everybody to check it out though. Go check out Theo's channel and all that fun stuff, and this video in particular. If you were here for the Bun overview that we did on stream last week when it was first released. It got released a week ago. So we'll watch that in a second. Let me catch up on chat really quick. Finder says, yes, I let Andy know, and he said, great. Okay, cool. That's cool to hear, man. Rambling Geek, great to see you, buddy. Welcome in. Happy Friday. If you got a win in the week to share Rambling Geek, let us know. Finance says his overview is a great tutorial on how to use it. Andy Lippy's video of the OBS plugin, Blur plugin you made. So I thought it would be a great resource for people to look to use it. Yeah, of course. Andy does a great job. So does Nutty though. I'm just gonna put that out there. I love them both for all the work that they do. All right, so really quick, the short of Theo's video here, or what the context of it and why I think part of the reason why he made the video. One, he's correcting some of the things that he said, or like I think there was just one thing that he needed to correct based on what he said or how he portrayed something in, I forget off the top of my head because I watched this video this morning. So he corrects, I commend him for, being accountable for saying something wrong or incorrectly, or I forget again exactly, so I'm not describing it perfectly, but I'm commending him for being accountable for correcting something on his own and putting that in the video, which is awesome. And to me, it's a show of character for people in a good light too. And then two, he's also giving a lot of props to folks in the Node community, and this is that context I'm talking about, where with the release of Bun, it seems, I haven't noticed it because I tend to try and keep off of a lot of the social platforms because of just the constant, like, it just makes me feel negative. It makes me feel worse being on social media more so, with like little limelights of things that make me happy and feel positive. Like little limelights would be like dog posts, like the Rate Dogs account on Twitter as an example. Like when I see that in my feed, that puts a little smirk on my face, brings a little positivity in my mind when I'm on social media. But generally speaking, like that's one example. Or people getting jobs, like that makes me happy to see that, and so forth, right? But I feel like those things are like the exception to the like what I see in my feed. And maybe I need to do a better job of curating what's in my feed, but at the same time, like I follow a lot of technology people, so I don't know. In any case, I don't go on social media that much, so I didn't particularly take notice to folks in the Node community or the people behind Node, which is all people that are working either on their own time or through the foundation that supports it, and they're the ones that are contributing to it, in some cases unpaid, to making Node what it is today. And apparently there were people in the community, developers, that kind of were like giving or just like talking crap about Node and the people behind Node that are working on it to this day, as a result of Bun releasing and just kind of, really outperforming is the biggest thing, Node, in a lot of ways. And Theo does a great job here of calling that out and saying how that's wrong to do and why. And so, yeah, I just wanted to bring that up since we were checking out YouTube, thanks to Finite's video showing Gail highlighting Finite's OBS plugin. It reminded me of me catching this video this morning. So I'm going to kind of, I don't have it off the top of my head here exactly
Bun
where.
runtime should absolutely be named Bun time. I know it's something I saw a lot by Canary, which really, really sucks. I've already brought this up with Jared. It seems with Crate 3 up at latest before is things, but it's not something you should use.
I'm trying to find the right
Setting up
part.
an enum of
But
level.
one of the things he says or calls out, and I feel like I mentioned this too, and it was like further validation on that mindset. I'm glad to see that that the other people that are coming to this conclusion as well. Like Bun is starting from scratch, right? And they have that, because of that, they're starting from a clean slate. They have this opportunity to make these huge strides in performance that they're showing, versus Node, which is dealing with a lot of technical constraints due to the maturity of it and how long it's been around and whatnot. So that's my short summary of it, of that piece. But he goes into other points, and I don't want to take away from that. So go check out the video directly yourselves, and
An ad is about to start in 5,000
and find out more about Bun.
There's an ad running for 90.
All right. Get the music going there in the background. And it says, yes, Nutty does a great job too, though his overview is a bit more focused on one particular use case, not quite as broad as Andy's. Okay, got you. Makes sense. All right, so now that we are getting into the technical portion of the stream, I want to talk about GitHooks, pre-commits, how to get started with all that. And the reason I'm bringing that up and still kind of seemingly being in switching gears is I want to add it to the VS Code extension, basically, to do things for us before it gets actually committed to Git and then maybe pushed up to a remote, in this case GitHub, for all my projects, right? And it's top of mind, this topic, because I just yesterday, or this week really, started researching it and things like that, and I want to show you this because it's also security related, which I think will help folks avoid some of the gotchas that you can easily do. And the reason I bring that up is, even at a security company, you can accidentally make mistakes, like, although it wasn't really that big of a deal, because it was information that was limited in scope and whatnot. But we essentially, through some work, someone on the team had accidentally checked in secrets into our repo that we had. So I was like, oh yeah, we want to make sure we don't do that again. And so I was like, how can we do that? And one of the ways that as an organization that gets handled is by having pre-commit checks, essentially, that will do that, which you can use to do a lot of other things too, like linting your code or running your tests before that commit actually gets executed fully, because you don't want to introduce any bugs, or you don't want your code changes to make a test fail necessarily. So that way you get alerted to that, and it blocks the commit from actually happening on your machine before it even gets any further than that. You know what I'm saying? So that's why we're going to take a look into that. There's a couple different tools out there for this. So I was doing some research on it. There is something. So the Husky is the one that is in the title, right? So Husky, not a Husky like the dog, Husky JS, let's say, maybe. Usually you add that. There we go. GitHooks made easy. Woof. Love it. Dog branding, right up my alley. Nice thing to see. The documentation is a little bit scarce, I would say. So I was a bit confused by this at first when I started getting going, because there's a couple different ways you can skin this cat. A couple different ways you can get this going. But I'm going to show you the way I ended up landing for my project, and I'm going to do it in my other projects that I have, in which case we should get that loaded up while we're waiting here. CD, where did we put the CD VS Code authentication switch? Yep. And then we're gonna say code insiders. Code insiders. Open the current directory and reload it into its existing instance. What branch am I on right now? All right. Git status. What is this release doing?
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Pranav Goel _
Hey, Pranav. How's it going, buddy? Let me get up here, github.com/Clarkio/ yep. What is that branch doing? Release 14. 10 commits behind main. I just want to compare. What was I doing here? I don't even know. I guess I can just safely, since it's behind main, I guess I can safely get off of that branch. All right, so we're gonna say git checkout main clear, git pull, and we're gonna say git checkout pre-commit. All right, we're gonna say checkout -b to create a new branch, and we're gonna call it pre-commit. Okay. All right, and then the way we can get started here is a number of different ways. Well, one, also, let's see what version of Bun we're running it, or let's say Bun upgrade, because I know they went 1.02 now. I love that, by the way, how smooth it is to upgrade. I don't have to, like, do another curl command to get it installed and whatnot. All right, what I want to do from here, we have the getting started. I want to get started with Husky init. So we can just do, we can do bun x, I think, instead of npx. And we say Husky init and then bun install. Okay. We're going to go that route. We're going to do this, but then we're going to change it to be bun, so it goes a little bit faster. We're going to say bun install. Are we ready? Steady. Go. All right, Husky GitHooks were installed, you can see. It created a .husky folder with /precommit to it. We'll check that out in a second. And that's about it. GitHooks installed and then pre-commit setup. So this pre-commit is basically an example that you can run with. And that's what'll get executed essentially before you make a commit. So what that ends up doing is it adds a bash script or a shell script that Husky is able to use locally. It tells Git to ignore so that this doesn't get checked in at all. Okay, so that's nice that it does that. And then, but what does get checked in is this pre-commit. So by default, they set the pre-commit to run, and these are all the things that you can run. Think of this as like again, yet another shell script you can do. In this case, it can run npm scripts, or you can run your own custom bash code that you want to write. Good. What about you? I'm doing good as well. Thanks, Pranav. You could do all kinds of stuff here, right? You have full reins. So I don't have an npm test, but I could say something. I could have it do something else, like whatever's in my package JSON. So maybe, do I have a test? Actually, I do have a test. So I can make it run test. Okay. In which case it does npm run compile first and npm run lint, which is great. There is no lint. So I guess I haven't run that test yet. npm test. Let me run it manually first to make sure how this works. Downloading VS Code. Yeah, I don't really like when it runs the test that way. Could not parse server address. Updates are disabled. Directory. Yada, yada, yada. I think I need to open this up because I'm in WSL, Windows Subsystem for Linux. And I feel like I need to open this project up in on Windows host instead of here. So what I might do, just to see if we can get the test working properly. Well, it should work in WSL too, no? Oh, but you know what? The tests, so. All right, let me think about this here. I don't want to get too. You know what? No. You know what? Here's what we're gonna do. We are gonna not get caught up in a rabbit hole about that. Instead, see, we're going to focus on the task at hand. And that focus is to eat more peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly time, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, peanut butter jelly, and a baseball bat. What did I have this one do? I'm looking at my work machine. My pre-commit says, all right, we're going to do lint staged. So I'm going to update this, and this will make sense in a second here. So we're going to comment this out. And we're going to say npx -- no install. And we're going to say lint staged. All right, so we need to go look at what that is. So first we set up Husky. Husky is the tool that gives us access to hook into what Git offers, which is called GitHooks, okay? And it simplifies it for us so that we don't have to do a lot of essentially all this is doing it, right? I didn't want to have to handwrite this. I don't understand it necessarily, and blah, okay? And then it uses Git under wraps, assuming you have Git installed on your local system. Then what I want to do, so as I was talking about before, the scenario that I have is I don't want to accidentally commit any secrets, things that are like API keys or database connection strings or passwords or encryption keys or whatever, like, or certificates, right? That type of stuff. So how do I go about doing that? There's a number of tools that do this too. There's something else instead of Husky. There's something called pre-commit, like literally named that. What is let's see, pre-commit. Okay. This is based on Python, and you install it through the pip ecosystem. Although I wonder if it is actually on npm. I never checked that out when I was doing the research for this. Pre-commit. Yet another pre-commit module, 7 years ago though. Then there's pre-commit, also 7 years ago. Pre-commit checks a year ago. Customizable checks on pre-commit stage contents. Right, so this is a key word here in all this. Stage. So when you have changes in your repository that you're using, like in this case I'm using Git, it doesn't get staged yet. Like Git status will tell me that, hey, you've done 3 things in this case that are not staged for a commit. Okay? You've modified package.json, you've added this Husky folder and the contents of it, and then also you added this bunlockb file, right? So if I want to stage these, I'd run git add or git commit -a to add it and do it all in one shot. But instead, I want to say git add first, and I'll show you in a second here. And what that essentially does is, where's my source control view? Why am I not seeing my source control? Oh, it's right there, knucklehead. So here's my changes. If I want to stage something, so let's say I want to stage it, that file, you can see now it's highlighted in VS Code as a stage change. And now when I go to commit, like if I were to click on, like type a message and do a commit or do it from the command line, a tool like Husky is going to help you capture that moment and stop something from happening. So whenever you see somebody talking about staged, they mean any code, file changes, whatever you have that's going on in that project, folders that you're adding or removing, those get staged before they get committed when you're using Git or source control management system. Nafron says, is Husky friend of Sneak's dog? Possibly. I don't know. It should be, right? That would make sense. So, I feel like this one maybe is promising. But what I can do is I'll use the Sneak Advisor extension. Oh, I don't have the API key hooked up there. Hold on a second. I'm going to do that. I want to. Do I want to do that? What I can do instead is I could just go to sneak.io/advisor npm package and paste that in there like that. And that's an okay health score. What are the other options again? About pre-commit maybe? Search. That one doesn't have a great health score. There's Husky. You see Husky comes up. This is like the de facto solution to go in with in the JavaScript ecosystem. There's Yorkie. What are they? Just like keep going with the dog names? The dog names. My New York accent came out there. GitHooks management forked from Husky for more information. Why is it forked from Husky? That was published 5 years ago, whereas Husky has been more active and has a higher health score. 3 years ago, 1 year ago. Nothing's as good as Husky in the ecosystem when it comes to pre-commit that I'm aware of, just from my short bit of research. But there are other options out there, just pointing that out in case you're in other ecosystems and you want to implement something like this. You're probably not going to have Husky available to you, but you should have, like in Python, you're going to have pre-commit available to you, right? So just heads up on that. But the idea with this is also that you can configure it to do things and make checks before it actually commits the commit, if you will, or executes the commit. Okay? Okay. All right. So pre-commit's another one. There was another, what was the site I was on? Actually, I might still have it open over here. There's a site. Oh, I don't have it open, do I? Let me look at my history. My history from yesterday. There's Husky. There's a site that listed out like all of them. I want to say it was something like Turbo Repo. I think it was Turbo Repo. Husky Git leaks is what I was Googling, I think. Is it gitleaks.io? There was something that listed all the different pre-commit tools that are out there. Is it this? Pre-commit of a script. How to run ESLint using pre-commit hook. Is that it? No. Dang it. It was a great site because it listed a bunch of them. It had like all their little logos and it showed all the different types of pre-commit. It might have been something like that. Alternatives to Lerna. Man, I really do not like Medium and Hashnode, is it? There's Bit. NX. I think it was them. I think they listed it. It was this dark like background, so it's making me think it was these folks, or maybe it was like Mono Repo Tools. Ah, yes, this is it. This is it, I think. I'm like 90% sure. Yeah. Oh, this is what I was thinking of. My bad. I mixed it up. Anyway, so there's a bunch of like GitHooks tools out there for the different programming languages and ecosystems. I was mixing up or conflating the two things that I was also researching, because our Big Fix app is a monorepo where we have the server in the same repo and the client in the same repo, and then like a proxy with Nginx in the same repo. So I started looking at different tools that are available to help you with managing those a bit more. Because right now we are like manually writing our own scripts and stuff like that to like help with build and deployment of it, to containerize it and that type of stuff. Whereas there's these tools like Lerna or NX, or previously known as Narwhal, Turbo Repo, are the three more specific to JavaScript ecosystem. Whereas some of these other ones are a little bit more catered to like Gradles, like with Java and Android development, as an example. So this is what I was more so thinking of, I believe, unless there was something else. No. All right, I digress. In any case, you know, there's a bunch of things out there. Maybe I should Google alternatives to Husky. GitHook is the excellent alternative to Husky. I'll run Dev2. Dev2 is a great platform. After I did some research, it came out that most common way to do that is to use Husky and lint stage, which is what we started to do. We need to finish doing that. As I had some time left after I completed this test, I decided that I will look for another solution. I searched a little bit more and I found GitHooks. I read a bit more about GitHooks and it came out that Git offers native solution to do some custom actions. And then pre-commit caught my attention, which briefly described like this. This hook is involved by git commit and can be bypassed with no verify option. It takes no parameters and is invoked before obtaining the and then there's pre-commit. Pre-commit's configuration is similar to what we saw with Husky, right? So this is their. So you're manually writing this stuff. What is going on in the above code? Git diff. You're collecting all staged files. Yeah, I don't want to have to write that. But I guess I could. If I wanted to. Alright, so in project directory, create a GitHooks directory. Go to GitHooks directory. From the name of hook which you want to use, remove .sample. Move the hook into the GitHooks directory. Create your GitHook body. Update Git configuration or create a symlink from GitHooks to that folder directory and add the appropriate script to npm post install command. Huh. Which I think is what Husky's kind of doing. Committing time was sped up about twice. In addition, so performance-wise, it's faster to use native GitHooks, I guess, and pre-commit. I got rid of 2 additional dependencies in the project, which I'm not too worried about. What can become very useful, especially in case of Husky, because from Husky 5 documentation, we can find out that Husky 5 will be free only for open source projects. Oh, nope, it looks like they crossed that out. So I guess that's not a... Oh, Husky uses GitHooks. Several things getting conflated. Okay, so we should just maybe ignore that. 36 Husky dog names. Left hook.
Pranav_29 thinks you look dehydrated and wants you to drink some water.
Thank you, Pranav. Appreciate the reminder, buddy. Fast and powerful GitHooks manager for any type of project. So that's the thing that I've been noticing is that sometimes they're language agnostic, other times they're specific to languages. What I like about, oh look, you can do it with Go, npm, left hook. You know what? Let's try doing. Well, we'll do this with Husky first, and then I'll try it with left hook. So we need to learn more about lint staged. Run linters on git staged files, which is great. All right, we're going to run this. Which is the same, right? Yep. We're going to run that first. We're still on pre-commit? Yep. Nice name, left hook. Yeah, I like that, right? Pranav? Okay, now that we have that installed, set up pre-commit git hook to run lint stage. Husky is a popular choice for configuring git hooks. Read more about that. Install some linters like ESLint or Prettier. Well, that's a little bit of a conflation right there. ESLint is about linting rules to enforce on your code and project. Prettier is about consolidating style. In fact, I think Prettier even goes into detail on this. Search for ESLint in here. Then how does it compare? Linters have two categories of rules. Okay? Formatting rules and code quality rules. Prettier alleviates the need for this whole category of rules, formatting rules. Prettier is going to reprint the entire program from scratch in a consistent way, so it's not possible for the programmer to make a mistake there anymore. So Prettier focuses on formatting, whereas linters, which Prettier can look at the linter's rules and apply those as a result of Prettier, but the linter is the thing that defines rules around your code. Okay? Code quality rules, right? Like don't use unused variables, don't have implicit globals, don't have promises that don't catch errors, right? Without catch statements, that type of thing. So in other words, use Prettier for formatting and linters for bugs. I really want to call that out because that's something that I tend to forget when I think about the two, and they get conflated together. And clearly, like in this documentation, they kind of talk about that too, right? So in this case, what I want to do is I want to install a tool that's going to check to make sure I'm not checking in security sensitive secrets. And the way I'm going to do that, chat, is with something called SecretLint. Let's go look that up. SecretLint. This has a good score on Sneak Advisor. Speaking of, if you're interested in it, here's the link for Sneak Advisor. I always go to this now, not just because I work here, but because I used to do this manually on my own, especially in other roles that I've had where I need to evaluate packages before I start using them and installing them in my project. So anyway, this has a good health score, no known security issues right now. It's pretty popular. It's got a healthy maintenance level, and the community is fairly active around this too. Okay, so then I can go to the repo for it and learn more how to get this started. So we're installing three things here. One is Husky to like tap into simplifying. One is Husky, which helps us more simply tap into GitHooks, okay, and get that set up in our projects. Two is the other tool, which we just set up, which is Lint Staged. And what that does is, well, let's go back and talk about what that's doing. I guess I kind of skimmed over that, right? Lint Staged runs linters against staged files, right? So instead of you manually running your linter, or as your code changes and your editor does that, maybe some people don't use the same editor as you that will do that automatically for you. Maybe somebody's writing their code in Notepad, right? So like I could see some people, and even myself, thinking like, why do I need this when I have like VS Code, which will just do that type of stuff for me? Not everybody on your team might be using VS Code or agree to. They might like their own tool. Maybe they use command line interface tool like Vim or NeoVim or Emacs, right? This type of thing will enforce this before the code actually gets checked in. That way there's that consistency across the project. So this is important for like if you're a team lead, or you're a technical lead, or you're solo on your project, and then you start getting other people contributing from the community. Anybody else that is coming new to the project, they're going to avoid tripping over these types of things and introducing these problems by having this type of tooling in place to prevent it. That's the whole idea here. All right, so I'm gonna we already did that, right?
It's about to start in 5,000.
Lovely time for an ad.
There's an ad running for 90.
All right, so that's Lint Staged. Lint Staged is a tool that's going to give us access to like lint our code when it's in a staged format. Lint our changes rather, that's in a staged format. And then the secret lint is a type of linter. Like ESLint is checking your code for those types of rules. Secret lint is going to look for secrets in it. In fact, I wonder if there's like is there ESLint secrets rule or plugin maybe? ESLint plugin security. What does that do? ESLint rules for node security. This project will help identify potential security hotspots, but finds a lot of false positives which need to be triaged by a human. Fair enough. We use our custom ESLint setup. Configurations are set to warn. Detect. All right, let's see. Is there anything about secrets? Let's see. Secrets in here? Maybe password? Nope. I don't know if they have any rules that are doing that, right? These are their rules. Detect child process, detect buffer. This would be good actually to implement too. We can maybe add this. But you can see I don't think there's an ESLint. Let me Google it. ESLint plugin, no secrets. 2 years ago, most recently. An ESLint rule that searches for potential secrets / keys in code and JSON files. So if you hard code that, I don't necessarily need that because Sneak helps me with that. But Sneak, I don't think, like, Sneak does not look at my environment variables to tell me about this either, though. Will this look in other files? What files does it look into? In code and JSON files. What about, like, what if I try to accidentally commit my env file? I want to avoid that too. Not an env file, but if I add like another secrets file or a YAML. So this is the case that we ran into. Let me go to this scenario. We're creating a Docker compose file, and that one had an environment variable that had a secret in it. Again, albeit it's like limited in scope because it was like just for our local database instance that we're each running on our own machines type of thing. As an example, we're just triaging and trying this out. So it wasn't too big of a deal. It wasn't like
Thanks for joining today, Benny.
It wasn't like we committed our production database connection string into this whole thing. But still, like, it was a good thing to catch. Bonnie says, hey, quick question. I'd like to start programming, but have no idea where to start nor what to do. Any tips? Absolutely. And thank you for being here. Thank you for asking the question. It's a bit of a broad question, though. So usually how I start off with this, actually, I might have a clip for you. Twitch.tv/Clarkio. Where are my clips? Go to this guy's channel. This guy looks like such a dork. Clips? Top all. That's all it shows? Where are the rest of my clips? Oh, these are the only ones that are highlighted. I think that's why. Really? It doesn't show you all the clips? Why aren't all my clips here? Oh, featured clips only. There's a little check there. I gotta have something like, I thought I did. I need to make this into a clip. Maybe we do it right now. All right, so Banny, is that how am I pronouncing the name correctly? Let me know. Your question around getting started programming. You have no idea where to start. Disable the feature clip toggle. Yeah, I got you. All right. Turn that off. Maybe I have it in commands by chance, maybe? It's been so long. Sorry, I'm just checking on this because I might as well get it set up, you know? I don't even know all my commands anymore.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today. log_in_log_out.
Welcome in. Why Elite Code is so hard? I don't know. I am very grateful that I've not had to do that. I'll tell you that much. Vanny, I promise you I'm gonna answer. I'm just trying to see if I have a clip that will already give some more context on this too. It's just been so long since somebody's come in and asked that question, you know? No. Huh. I thought I might have a command around that. I have one. Some of these. Hey, what's this classy one? What is this clip? Hold on, sorry. I'm a little rabbit. Squirrel moment.
If you haven't noticed already, Neutral Dread, this is a highbrow, classy stream, so you're in the right place. Sarcasm. If you notice already.
Sarcasm. The way I delivered that was actually pretty good. I don't normally like get laugh at myself. Normally I cringe. But it's good when I get surprised by myself like that. All right, so I'm just gonna answer this now, and then I can clip it. Disable the feature. I got you. And then I can clip it and save it for next time. So, Benny, so to get started, you kind of have to. The general answer I give is you need to dabble. You need to just kind of like pick things that start like pique your interest that you hear, and start running with it until you feel like you've exhausted yourself with that, and then move on to the next thing. But to give you some more context and like preface it, like you need to think about what type of things you want to do. Like, what is your ultimate goal or objective? Like, yes, you want to learn how to program, but like, what do you want to program? Like, what are the things that interest you most there? Because based on how you answer that will help you get an answer on how to proceed from there. So to give you an example, maybe what piqued your interest the most is you really want to get into building mobile apps like iOS and Android apps. Well, if that's the case, then you need to, that helps you focus your research on how to become a programmer in that space. And the reason I bring this up is because there's so many, this is the beauty, it's a blessing and a curse, because in the sense of there's so many options available when it comes to programming, but also like for us as humans, that's overwhelming and it's hard to make a decision. So that's why I lean into what piqued your interest the most, right? And feel free to answer it in the chat right now too, so we can keep the conversation going. And then based on that, it helps you whittle it down and give you smaller amount of options to choose from. And within those, once it gets more bearable and manageable. I was like, what is going on? They're yelling out there. My wife and mother-in-law, but like goofing around. All right, so Benny says game dev. So I'm not familiar with game dev. They're Irish John Games is somebody that streams on Twitch. I would recommend checking out sometime. And then Tim Bedeau, I'm always messing up his name. He builds like a lot of racing games and stuff like that. Those are two people that I would recommend connecting with after or when they're live. I don't know if they're live right now. I think Irish John Games typically live on Fridays. And Tim is usually live like a lot of days too. In any case, I would recommend those two channels to check out since you like watching Twitch streams of programming. But in general, let's say I wanted to get into game dev myself. How would I approach doing that? Well, the other part of this is recognizing how I best learn. And typically I go and find out like what type of game I want to build. Let's say I want to build like mobile games again, right? So then I need to learn about how to build mobile apps in general. What are the tools that are used with that? What is the languages that are used for that, right? So am I going to use Swift? Swift is the language for iOS. Or am I going to use Java for an Android, right? Or when it comes to mobile development in general, you can also do like hybrid development where you're using web technologies that then get compiled into an Android packaged app and an iOS packaged app, right? So those would be like the foundational things. And then I would move on from there to the more specifics. Like, okay, now how do people typically build games in that context in that environment for mobile apps, right? How do they build it in iOS? How do they build it in hybrid apps? Whatever it may be. So I don't know, you know, keep me honest here if this is helping or not. If it's not, that's okay. Like, you can be honest about that. And if there's something more targeted in terms of a question that you have around this, let me know. The other aspect I tend to bring up while I'm waiting to hear from you is recognizing how you best learn, right? So what I mean by that is, you know, are you doing okay being a self-learner, or do you do better in like someone else teaching you, right? And when it comes to someone else teaching you, does it work for you to do that like more virtually, in the sense of you're joining, you're watching tutorials online type of thing, right? Where it's still instructor-led type of thing, but it's all pre-recorded type of thing that you're following along, and it's like an 8-hour course that you would follow, right? Or do you find yourself doing better in more of like a classroom type environment and atmosphere, where you're physically having that commitment to go to a classroom somewhere and there's an instructor physically there in front of you type of thing, teaching about that topic? So becoming more self-aware on like how you best grasp things and new ideas and learn is important, so that you can make a decision on how to proceed with that, right? Not necessarily saying you have to go enroll in a university to go learn about computer science and computer programming. There's definitely lots of people that are great developers in game development in any part of the industry that do not have a 4-year or any year university degree. They're either self-taught, or your other option there, which is kind of a hybrid, is, maybe you've heard of it before, boot camps. They can be kind of expensive, less expensive than a 4-year university at least, but still kind of expensive. That's why I say it's like it's an in-between type of option you can roll with. And those are, again, instructor-led coursework type of approach to learning topics, right? And so then you can find boot camps that are focused on game development, or you can go to a university or a private school, a secondary school that that focuses on game development, right? Again, that's if you find that to be the case, or if your means provide for that too. Maybe you don't have the financial situation to be able to pay to go to one of those things, in which case then you work within your constraints. I think you can be successful. It just might be a little bit harder for you, since it's not the best way for you to learn, but at least it'll be free. You can be self-taught. You can go ahead and you can, YouTube is like where, like for me right now, like in order for me to learn new, I have the foundation. I have, to be honest, right, and transparent, like I don't know what it's like to go through a boot camp or be completely self-taught. But what I can speak to, because, and the reason for that is because I have a 4-year degree. I got a computer engineering degree through university. Then I got an internship through like a internship fair with that. And then that sent me off in the right direction, essentially. But from there, like since then, what I knew then in terms of programming to what I know now is drastically different, and it's going to continue even another 5-10 years from now, from what I know right now to then in the future. And the reason for that is because I have that mindset of just always wanting to be learning new things, new technologies, because the space evolves, and I need to, if there's one bit of advice I can give you, I know you're not necessarily asking this, is if you're truly getting into the industry and you find yourself you're going to really enjoy it, you should also double check that you enjoy having to learn new things all the time. Because if that's not the case, then maybe it won't, maybe, I'm not trying to deter you, but I'm just saying you can definitely still do it. You just might not find it as enjoyable, and it's literally going to be just something to financially support you. That might be your mission. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just sharing. I generally want to give people advice around them approaching something and pursuing something that they believe is going to make them happy at the end of the day, not just financially. However, I'm not naive to the fact that people need to pursue things just financially, and so that it can help them get to that point of finding something that truly makes them happy and does provide for them in that way, right? And so I totally get that. I'm not naive to that. I'm not saying, hey, don't get into programming, and trying to gatekeep or anything like that. That is not my intent at all, or not the message I'm trying to convey. It's more so giving you insight on some of the things, at least for me personally, that are the reasons why I continue to stay in this industry, in this type of role around programming, is because that's something I enjoy doing. Right? So it is financially providing for me, but I'm also happy at the end of the day and feeling fulfilled because like I just got lucky that those, for me and my personality and my interest, they match type of thing. So I'm just calling that out as an example. Nafron says, following Clarkio is good. Every week I learn new things. I appreciate that, Nafron. Nafron does remind me that that's the case. There's always at least one little thing new that I try to, you know, that Nafron mentions that they learn from the stream. But that's my goal with my streams, is to bring some humor and make you smile and some positivity in your life. Or I want to hit on one or both of these, or you learn something new. Code Academy is another great answer. Community college, you're right. Benny says, the only time I'd had contact with coding was on school on a final project, and I felt in love with trying and failing to get it work. That's awesome. That, to me, that's a good sign, right? Then that means likely you're gonna land in a similar situation to what I'm feeling right now, where the two things are matching. You know, you're in a job that financially supports you, and you actually enjoy it and have it, like, you feel passionate about it, you know. Anyway, I hope all that helps. If you have more questions, please feel comfortable and welcome to ask them in the chat. I don't mind pausing the stream to go through that. You're taking time out of your day to tune into the stream, so I'm going to take time to respond to you, you know. Pranav says, yeah, I get introduced to new tech as well. I'm glad to hear that, Pranav. So yeah, I guess, like, let's really quick to like summarize that, right? Figure out what you're most interested in, what got you interested in programming. So in this case, Annie was saying they want to get into game development. That helps you narrow in on how to go about learning, and not just general programming, which is good to learn about general programming, but at least gives you some focus, because it's hard. It's so overwhelming, all the options of things that you can pursue when it comes to learning how to program. And then 2, understanding yourself, being more self-aware in terms of how you best learn and feel comfortable. There's some caveats to that, nuances to it, but the idea is, are you good at self-learning? Do you need to go to a boot camp? Does a university help? You know, that type of thing. Figure out what works best for you and try to pursue learning in that manner. But there's all kinds of options out there, and a lot of free options too. Some shared in the chat already. Rambling Geek shared free Code Camp. May shared Code Academy. Personally tend to go to YouTube a lot, or just Googling and reading people's blog posts a lot. There's a ton of resources out there, and if you want more specifics on that, we can help. Green Pain, yes. Learning how to learn is key. And Banny, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate it. It was awesome. Got a new view on how to approach it. Thanks a lot. Okay, great. Happy to help. All right, folks. With that, then I'm going to jump back into what we were working on. And we last left off, I was searching for ways to... So for those of you that maybe are new to this, okay, what I'm trying to do right now is I'm trying to prevent me adding code that creates security issues for me. So in this case, or just anything, like basically prevents me from not following the right rules and practices that I want for my project. And the way you do that, since I'm using what's called Git, which is a source control management tool, okay, and that's something that we can go, you know, if you have questions about that, feel free, and I'm happy to answer that. And so that tool enables us to tap into the flow that happens when you're trying to add your code into that tool, right? And that tool keeps track of all the changes that you make in your project. And so before I actually save changes into the tool for my project, for whatever I'm working on, a new feature in my project or removing something from my project, whatever it may be, I want to run these checks to ensure that I'm not introducing things that I don't want in the project. So in particular, I don't want sensitive data to be added into my project, to be saved into my project that could potentially be seen by other people. If I have this as a public project that people can see all the source code for it, or even internally, right? You don't want a history of sensitive data being in the history of the changes of your project. So that's why I'm doing this. An example of that is, like, sometimes in order for me to maybe my app needs to talk to an API and another program, essentially. and that other program only lets me talk to it if I give it the secret that it issued for me to have access to that other program, right? I don't want to add that into the code for my project. When I'm running my application, that's when it needs access to that information, and so we can securely give that access in that particular environment versus sharing, like keeping it in the history of all the changes of the code, because then somebody like a nefarious actor, malicious actor, can potentially be able to see that history of the changes and go through them and try and find when I might have added in a secret. I'll give you an example where I've done this to somebody else. I had a buddy who was working just like on a side project for fun, and he had accidentally checked in the secret for his access to his Philips Hue light bulbs. And as a way to troll him, I saw that was the case in the commit history for his Git repo, and then I would just randomly change the color of his Philips Hue bulb on him. So that's an example of that, like out in the wild, that I've experienced. So we want to avoid that. There's a buddy of mine. I'll save the story for another time, because I haven't told him actually yet. I mean, let me put it this way. I know he noticed it, and I know he ended up changing the key to stop it from happening. Nefron says, Clark, is there a way to edit the history to remove such a secret? There is, but that's where like my my Git talents are lacking. There is, I'm trying to think, my internal team shared some documentation, but another buddy on our team ended up doing the actual changes to remove it from our history. Oh, hold on a second. My daughter's home. I'll be right back, chat.
An ad is about to start in 5,000 milliseconds. There's an ad running for 90. Thank you for the 53 long months of subscribing.
All right, I'm back. Welcome. It dubs him with the 53 months resub. Thank you, sir. Wow, I came in just in time for that. Perfect. Why did May get banned? There it is. Is that it? No, I don't remember what it is. Nafron 2+2 is an at. Okay. I'm catching up on chat. Sorry it took a little long. My kid just got home from school, and then I wanted to make some tea because my voice is getting tired from all the chit chatting. And my tea kettle. We were just talking about it with my wife and mother-in-law of how long it takes our tea kettle to heat up. All right. Cream Paint says checking in secrets is quite common, which is scary. Yes. Pranav says that's freaky. Nefron Clarko is is there a way to edit the history to remove such a secret? That was the question that I was gonna answer right before. Okay, there's not a tear. Right before I stepped away when my kid got home. There is a way, but I don't know it off the top of my head. It's essentially what I would Google right now if I were going to do that is how to remove a commit from history, essentially. Essentially, you do it locally, and then you push that to the remote, and then the remote, excuse me, removes it too. But then I think there's some other chat in here. Rambling says, back in the day, it was fun sending print jobs to random printers as it was all open. Nice. Renaud says, yes, there is. I usually do rebase and remove the commits from history. It will not appear in the history tree then. I didn't know about that approach. Or maybe it's the same approach. May says, I remember doing that with printers as well, with the Rambling Geek. Cream Paint says you can, but it can come with some bad consequences. Best option is most likely to create a new secret and discard the old one. Absolutely. I mean, you should do that anyway, but sometimes it's like a chicken and an egg situation. But yes, you should, once you commit a secret to history, you should absolutely just deactivate it, essentially, remove it, and then create a new one. And not check in a new secret, of course. Yeah. I always think OFC is of effing course. I don't know why my brain defaults to that. Nafron says, that's what I usually do, but sometimes it's not easy in a timely manner. Yeah. Yep. Totally get that, Nafron. May says, how long have you been streaming? Years. Yes, years. Since 2018. January 4th, 2018. So it's going to be 6 years in next January. 6 years. I've only had the sub button, though. Actually, I ended up getting the sub button available like 3 months after I started. It took me 3 months to get to the requirements of affiliate. I want to say it was like probably... It was either February or March when I got access to affiliate and subs. So, Rugmat says, considering someone resubbed for 65 months earlier in the stream. Yeah, how long is 65 months? 12 times 5 is 60. 5 years, 4 months. 5 years, 5 months. Ish. All right. Let's try and finish up what we're gonna strive for today, and then call it because I got to get going. All right, chats, chatties, chat. All right, so we got Husky set up, we got Lint stage set up, and then we just need to get this secrets piece. Oh, I didn't mean to close that. What was it? That's Lint stage. Where's my we were trying to see if there's ESLint one. I'm gonna do that probably another time. Secret lint. So let's get secret lint set up. I believe I installed that piece already, right? I did. Docker node. We want npm install secret lint save dev. So we're gonna do all that. So we got lint stage set up in there. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. As for lint staged, I need to put in, while that's installing, to get lint stage fully set up in my package JSON, I need to create a new key or new object in here. And I'm going to say ba-ba-ding, and I'm going to call it lint hyphen staged. And then that's going to be a JSON object as well. And I'm going to say for everything star, I want you, this is going to be an array. So whenever lint stage gets executed, it's going to run these things. So in this case, we want it to run secret lint once we get that squared away and good to go. So it finished installing. That's great. Gravy. Now we can run this to create a config file. And so let's npx. So that's the npm executable. It'll execute secret lint. And then it created the secret lint rc JSON file. Let's take a look at what that does. And it says do this using the recommended preset rule. Rightio, Winslow. And then I think I added... I thought I added more to this. There. No, I did not. I guess not. I guess not. I think where I left off... I guess we can test it, right? What does the instructions say? npx secret lint that, right? So if I do that, see if it comes up with anything. Essentially, it's going to let me run that linter. So right now it's analyzing my project to see if there's any secrets in my code. Rugmat says yes, 5 years, 5 months. Okay. It's taking a little while. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so it found nothing essentially, right? So, but if I add a new file and I'll just call it like secrets, and in here I say, I don't know, API underscore key equals blah 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 blah, and I save that, will it catch that? Let's see. npx secret lint go. Man, it's taking a while to run. I don't remember it taking that long on my other machine.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Linby.
With quotation marks, it would catch it, Linbay. Welcome in, by the way. Happy to have you here. It didn't catch it. That's not good. What did I miss? Will it not look at like random files? It's not going to look at every file? Or is it focusing on certain files, maybe? Secret lint is the pluggable linting tool to prevent committing credentials. Found credentials in project and report these. Easy to set up in your project and integrate in CI services. Pre-commit hook, pluggable, documentation. Project at one command. If you already have installed Docker, you already have installed Node. After running, you got an empty result and exit status is 0, your project is secure. Otherwise, you got some error. Found AWS secret access key. Is there a way? I added all that. I did that, and I did that. Is it possible to install secret link globally? No. Usage. Configuration. In almost case, a raw credentials data is secret. Raw credentials is a token value, username, and password for any services, for example, Slack's webhook URI. This is a credential, and you should not export it in public. Let me try putting that in there, maybe? I put it in my code somewhere. Wonder if that does anything. Now let's try running this again. Come on now, secret lint. Proving me wrong. I'm pretty sure like all I did was add like a file with no extension called secrets. I was so confident that that was the case. Don't I have it here? No. Maybe it was in pre-commit test branch that I was using. Oh, I found it that time. Found Slack incoming webhook. Why did it find it there? Well, anyway, you get an example of it actually working, right? So now if I tried to commit this, so let me stage that file, okay? I'm going to stage the extension. And if I say git commit -m testing pre-commit checks, right? What should happen is it should use Husky to run the pre-commit check, which is going to then run secret lint because of lint staged. Okay, like this. Thanks to here, right? So lint staged whenever Husky will run. Oh, I don't have Husky to run anything yet. This ain't gonna work. I gotta write a script. My script. Oh, we did the script already, actually. I don't need to write it. So you can either do an npm script in here, or you put the npm script directly in the Husky action that you want to do. So in this case, I'm running this, right? But I commented out I could potentially create an npm script that just does the same thing. We can try that out next too. So this should work. This should catch it just like when we ran it manually. Not there, but you know what I'm talking about. Before. All right, I'm going to hit enter and let's see what happens. See? All right, so preparing lint staged, running tests for stage files, package JSON star secret lint failed, right? So if I had more than one linting task that I needed to do in the lint staged phase, then that would run too. But we could see that this one in particular failed. So it skipped actually fulfilling the commit that I tried to run, the git commit, because of errors from tasks. So it's reverting to original state because of errors, cleaning up temporary files, and then it shows the error that came up from secret lint. Hey, you got a incoming webhook. And that was generated from the Husky pre-commit hook, which exited with code 1, which is an error. So that's how you go about doing it, all right? Recap really quick, okay? We did npm install Husky and Husky prepare, right? So, and then run npm prepare, which does Husky install, which that generates this husky folder in the top right-hand corner there. Part of it is git ignored because it's just local to the machine, but the part that gets shared on everyone's machine and checked into source control is the pre-commit script. In this case, we tell it that we want to run whenever it does a pre-commit action. These are the scripts to run here, okay? In this case, we tell it we want it to run lint stage. Lint stage is an npm installed dependency, dev dependency in this case, which has its own rules defined in the package JSON. It says, hey, here's the things that I want to run in all cases. I think you can specify other ways, right? But the star means like for every environment or whatever. We can look that up real quick. We'll dive into that in a second, okay? But in this case, I say, all right, lint stage gets run through Husky, and lint stage has certain number of tasks to do when it's running. In this case, it's just one. It says to run secret lint, which then goes and finds based on its rule set defined in here. I'm just using the preset recommended rules to go and find any secrets that are in the code. And if it does, it stops the commit from happening. If I were to remove that secret from the code, it would let me commit. But I'm not going to do that right now. I'll clean it up after. Cream Paint says, GitHub might complain about certain secrets as well. Happened to me once when I submitted a unit test that used a valid but unusable key. Would not count on it as a safety net, though. It's too late if it's on the internet. Yes, that's a fair point, too. Yeah. The idea here is this is something that could potentially at least alert you or prevent you from accidentally adding in something that's sensitive, like a key, a webhook, a password, database connection string. I wonder if I rename this, if I like in the same way. Let's see if it catches. One more test we're gonna do. We're gonna do this. We're gonna put that in here. Webhook, say equals that. I wonder if I do put it in quotes if that's gonna matter or not. And then let's find that.
Come in and thanks for joining today, Chris Jones.
Yo, Chris Jones, what's up, buddy? Let's see if it catches that. Yeah. Two problems. Incoming webhook found. So that was in the secrets file. So why isn't this? If I name it to something else? API password. I wanted to ignore. Oh, that's, you know why it's taken so long? It's because it's looking at. It's looking at like node modules and stuff. I need to tell secret lint to ignore like node modules and whatnot. There's a command you can run. Ignoring files. So normally you create a secret lint ignore. But if you want, you could do it like that. So I can say npx, paste that in. It's going to run secret lint, but it's going to use git ignore file that I have to ignore. Yeah, see how much faster that was?
Chris Jones says everyone knows about the famous painter Bob Ross.
Yeah.
But few have heard about his brother Albatross.
That went over my head. Yes. Albatross? I don't really get it. I'm sorry, that's going over my head, Chris Jones. Sorry, man. Daughter came in to give me some cookies. A family of large web-footed seabirds? I don't know. Sorry. I appreciate the effort. All right. I'll have to dig into why this is not getting picked up. What if I just call it password? I want to get in here. I wonder if I put it in there like that. Will that work? Let's see. Git commit. Might be, yeah, that was way faster, I think, than last time. Whereas if I don't have that in there, it takes longer. No, that was still pretty quick. Maybe I just need... What if I don't do that and I just do it like that? Does that... Not found target files. So I guess if you run it in the context of like an npm script, more so than npx, it knows to just use the root. You know what I mean? Like in here, I wasn't defining it there. Anyway, I want it to ignore git ignore anyway. I want it to use the git ignore file as what it should ignore from scanning. Like in my git ignore, if I have a .env file, right, then that means I'm not going to commit that .env file to my source, and therefore it doesn't need to be like this stuff, right? It doesn't need to be scanned for secrets because it's expected to have secrets in it for local development, let's say, and so forth. So anyway, that about does what I was looking to accomplish today and show off that I learned this week, that I had a lot of fun digging into. Clearly, I need to dig into it in some more so I can get more knowledge in this space and get a more robust solution together. Rugmat says, I thought it was good. I feel you. I'm glad somebody appreciates it. I'm sorry, Chris Jones, that I missed that joke. I guess not the best target audience. Why is no one friends with Dracula? Because he's a pain in the neck. I got that one. All right, let's wrap up. So, appreciate everybody hanging out today. We're going to call it for today at that point. What I'd like to do is give a special thanks to everybody in the community. Looks like CM Griffing's live, so we'll go give him a raid as a result of this. Jim, you need to pause the music, buddy. Start running the end music. That doesn't work anymore. Any case, appreciate everybody hanging out today. Hope you enjoyed it and learned something new, or you laughed a little bit. If you got hit on any of those, that'd be great. Then that my mission is accomplished for why I stream in the first place. Thank you for being here. One of the reasons why I enjoy it is because of the community aspect of it. So thank you for being here, participating in this, chatting with me, having conversations, and watching along. If you were lurking, I appreciate you. If you followed today, if you've been chatting with me, it all is a great way to support me for free. I appreciate that. And I'll roll the end credits now, and then we'll call it a day. I hope you all have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. Keep your wins of the week in mind going into next week. Feel free to share them in the Discord as the week goes through. If you don't have the invite for that, there it is, clarkio.com/Discord. If you want to keep in touch on social media, see what I'm posting about, that type of thing, what content I'm sharing, there are some of my links on where to find me. But generally, it's just ClarkIO everywhere or _ClarkIO. May says, I will be traveling next week. Okay, we'll miss you. I hope you have a good time, though, May. Safe travels. Enjoy. Nafron says, thank you, ClarkIO, to always test the failing case with new tools. Appreciate that, Nafron. Cream Pain, wish you the best. Appreciate that as well, Cream Pain. I hope you all have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. I'll see you next time. Peace out.
When I'm walking out the front door, I can feel it. I got issues on my mind, but I don't wanna see it.